Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am the end. Hi, Scott. Welcome in. I don't know if I said, but I was lurking on your stream on Sunday. It was super late for me, but I was there. I was giving you some support. Looks cold today. It looks freezing. But no, I mean, like outside today, it's a little too bright for me, but many people like the bright, so might be good for you. Come over to Denver if you want some bright weather today. Let's see, we're looking out a window somewhere in New Orleans, Louisiana, USA. And this was in January of this year. Oh, and hello, Phoebus. I need to grab my socks real quick because my toes are pretty cold. I was just a little too busy thinking, and then as soon as I started preparing for the stream, started feeling a little anxious, and all of the blood went to my head. So all of my extremities are frozen now. So let me grab my booties real quick. And of that socks, of my thousands of pairs of socks that Automated Realms said that I have hoarded and hidden somewhere, I'm wearing these thermals. They're super nice. They're comfy. If anything, even if they don't always keep my feet warm enough, they're very comfortable. Okay. So, an update on my progress with the database stuff. I didn't quite get to the point where I started re-adding the indexes and foreign key constraints and primary keys because I was hoping that this would be something that I could easily just ask an LLM, Claude, Gemini, Bing, ChatGPT, the agent, or not agents, but the Copilot chat, all of those. Software is never complete. Of course not. Of course not. But I thought it would just be a simple thing of saying, can we write an easy script that will maintain all of the data, but do the renaming of, or not renaming, but add an identity column to a table. Because I have a manual process and I listed off the exact steps of my manual process for doing that, which is essentially, what is it? Turn off constraint checking first for the entire database, then rename the table that I am trying to add the identity column for. Was it that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was rename the table that I'm trying to add the identity column for. Then, man, goodness me. It was either rename, because like I had two steps for it. Oh yeah, it was definitely rename. So rename the table, then get the create table script for that table to include indexes, or no, gosh, wrong order. First step, turn off constraint checking for all of the tables in the database. Second step, generate the create table script for the table that I'm working with. Third step, modify that create table script so that it has the identity column that I want to add to the table. Fourth step, rename the table. Fifth step, turn on identity insert for my create the run the create script so that I get the table back. Then turn on insert identity insert. Then copy the data over with the primary keys all still intact, then turn off identity insert, then delete the old table, or I mean the copied rename table, then turn check constraint back on. 10 steps. I listed them off, and I just did that off the top of my head. I could have just been reading it from somewhere. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, this is the sort of stuff is when you can find EF migrations in the corner crying, except that had I been doing this with a migration, it would be for 1 or 2 or 3 specific tables that I'm trying to add an identity column for, not because I made a mistake when I was copying the data over, because I thought it would work easier. I'll tell you about that really quick, but hi TBD also. The original thing that happened was I wanted to restore the data from production to my test server so that as they're testing this data import utility stuff, they have all of the current live data. Hi, Kenny. They have the current live data, and they are able to just work from there as if they were working in the production database. So what I ended up doing is, instead of my normal process, so my process for restoring the, not restoring, I don't know what it's called, like getting the data from production into test so that they are in sync, is essentially turn no check constraint on for all tables in the database, drop all or delete from every single one of the tables so that they're all empty. And then do the import wizard in SQL Server Management Studio to get all of the data back in. Sometimes, because some of my columns are, what are they called? I think they're just called timestamp columns, which gives you a, I think it's the Unix time. But the problem is that you can't modify that column. You can't insert a value into that column. So I need to always remember which tables have this timestamp column and tell it not to try to import data into that column. So I was like, well, I'll just be creative. Instead, what I'm going to do is drop table all of them instead of delete from all of the tables, just drop all of the tables, and then the import process would create new tables as it's importing the data. What I didn't realize is that the import process does not create foreign keys or the column types that have identity in them. It just creates them as normal ints. So now that the data is copied over and they are currently using that version of the data in their testing, I didn't want to delete the data that's currently in test because they're currently using it. So I just want to modify the columns. This is different than using EF migrations for me, because in EF migrations, all of the tables and everything would be up to date. They would be in sync. They would have all of the foreign keys and indexes and all of that stuff. And I would know that I'm purposefully trying to add an ID column or trying to change a column to an identity column. So then I could easily write for that one specific table the SQL needed to do that before applying or inside of the migration itself. Yeah. So at least I would have a better control over it there. Here, it's like I have, I don't know how many tables in each of the databases that I need to do this for. Yeah. It's a lot of work. So what I could do is this. So this is exactly, not exactly. This is pretty close to the state of the test database. And you can see, for example, here in RMA chain of custody, that in the COC bottle, there is this ID column, and this ID column is supposed to be identity 11, but it was defined, declared, not as primary key and not as, I don't know where you would see it in here, but not as identity. Oh yeah, identity increment and is identity. So you can see that it just wasn't, which is really, really annoying. And of course, I don't really care if you guys see my username for this database because it's my dev database and it's not open to external access or anything like that. That port is only internal. So even if you had my IP, you wouldn't be able to access the database or try logging in or anything like that. Okay. So what I could do, maybe, is new query. Here is my backup and restore script with my hiccups. I want to close that. Let me make sure that my actual server names are not in here. They aren't. Okay. So here is a version of my backup and restore script. Mi scusi. Let's say we were working with RMA chain of custody. Oh dear. I've lost chat visibility. Okay. Uncovered. And he says, lurk, friend appeared. Okay, so in order though, I will shout out Domain Driven Design, who was first today, aka Scod. Scod was working on stuff and things over the weekend and streamed for the first time in quite a while. I'm definitely not trying to put pressure on you to keep streaming. You stream whenever you feel like it. But for those of you that are interested in seeing when he goes live, just give him a follow and you'll be able to see that. It's always a pleasure. Pleasure. Hey, I didn't, oh my goodness. You know what? This whole time, I could have been doing this a little bit easier. I could have been doing SP/MS for each table, drop table, question mark, or delete from question mark. I just didn't want to delete from the EF migrations table. But I guess if I am keeping the migrations in sync now between production and test, then that wouldn't matter. But yeah, anyway, so that's Scott. Definitely check him out. I was there, like I said, this weekend, just lurking, but my wife and I were very, very involved with what we were doing. Do you have a Discord, Scott? If not, you should post in One Lion's Discord or TBD's Discord. I will. One of the 6,000 things on my plate for what I have a desire to do is to get the Discord bot working so that I can easily add go live notifications for people that want to be in it. So most of you know, or I guess not most, I have no idea how many of you know anymore, but a while ago, Broken Sword was kind enough to create a bot. Oh, interesting. To create a bot for us in Discord that does some of the notifications for us. Jeez, come on, brain. And that bot over time just kind of stopped doing what it was supposed to be doing, and it doesn't really do go live notifications anymore. And sometimes it posts double offline notifications, which is kind of odd. So I'm hoping to incorporate that into my bot remake, which we started, what, 2 years ago? So I haven't even been able, I haven't chosen to get to that because I have way too many other things that I am more interested in doing, like story writing and music learning and yeah. Okay. Hello, McNets. I don't sit in Twitch on the weekends, so I don't see notifications, but if I can if I can see and I see streams appear, I will happily join. Yeah, I at minimum lurk, but most of the time my wife and I are either doing tabletop game, or like this weekend we're just having intense discussions about esoteric things and doing things that we enjoy doing. Why not make streams? Make a stream doing music? Yeah, why not? I mean, it would be cool if I thought of doing something like that. For example, wait, what is Soduka? Soduka. Like, for example, if I created another stream that isn't part of this main stream called One Lion Creative, where I do music creation. Right now it seems to be every other Monday. That'd be a great idea, Harish. But yes, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm not great at it. I'm still learning. I want to spend more time doing it. But again, like, it's crazy. I went from being 100% super duper excited. This is the hobby that I want to spend time on right now, which is music production and stuff. I bought a licensed copy of Fruity Loops. I got some sample packs and VSTs, most of them free, some of them paid. And I got stuck into it. And the process that I'm using for learning how to do music production is I'm having Suno generate music in the style that I want to generate music or to write music in. And then I'm trying to reproduce it in Fruity Loops because that's the application that I started with a million years ago and I'm comfortable with. So I'm trying to reproduce that music mainly to try to get the instruments and sounds. So I'm using Vital to do all of my synth generation. I keep saying generation, and that's like such an AI term. I'm making the synth sounds myself based on what we hear and the knowledge that I have about how to create synths. So that's what I'm doing on stream. That's what we've been doing lately. We started with the song called Bit Gamey Lee, I think was just the name of the song because Dugasoft had requested that Suno generate that song. And I was like, it's not really in the style of music that I'm wanting to try to make, but let's do it. Let's get as far as we can in it. So we got some amount of the way into it, but then I was like, there are these guitar bends, like, you know, when you bend a note, that are really, really hard to do in the samples and plugins that I have. So yeah, that became a whole other thing that was just getting in the way of being able to write music. It was a limitation of the software instead. Okay, so anyway, back to RTRAC, actually back to the database in general. So the point is, what I could do for this is I could initially run this, which is to turn check constraints off. So we turn no check on to turn check constraints off. So no check constraint all for all of the indexes, foreign keys, and everything like that, other constraints in this table for every table in the database. Then do a rename for every single table to rename them all to the to have an underscore all. Run the import script and then copy all of the data from the underscore backup or old or original or whatever I'm going to call the renamed tables into the actual table itself. The issue is that there are like 3 things that I need from that. I need to know all of the column names to insert, and then it would be an insert into table name underscore old or underscore back, and then all of the column names, values, select all of the column names from, oh, other way around though. The insert into the newly created table select from other table underscore back. And that way we can still have all of the data that they may have created from when they started testing until now that is not in the production database. Gosh. So the hard part of this would be getting the column names for the table. For the insert script. And it's really not that hard. I mean, it's kind of like this right here. But this is specifically the primary keys. I mean, yes, I can, and I can do a query for it. Hey, I think I have it actually. I think that's what this is. Okay, so what is cur count? Okay, so essentially we're getting all of the tables from the database using a combination of schema name dot table name, and when I wrote this a long time ago, I was just kind of throwing it together as I went along, so I didn't know about the quote name function. Oops. And that would replace the square brackets, right? But anyway, I don't know how to use that fully yet. So yeah, I think I do have that. As far as the insert into table name rec count. Wait, what? What even is this? Use result to text if you want this to write a procedure that can be copy pasted into a query window to only show the tables with more at least one row. Okay, but the point is that yes, I could get the column names using a select, which means that I could do a query for select insert into table name, parentheses, each of the column names coalesced, coalesce column name, and then select coalesce column names. Let's just see if I can write that query real quick. Maybe we will be able to do this now without interrupting too much. But yeah, so again, this was something that I thought would have been easy to be like, hey, Mr. or Miss or thing LLM. You can use information schema. Cool. Hey, Mr. or Miss LLM or thing, whatever your pronoun is that you want to be addressed as, please generate a SQL stored procedure, create stored procedure script for being able to run this process, run this essentially 10-step process for me. And it just couldn't. It was like, we're going to put all of the data into a temp table, and then delete all of the data from the original table itself, and then create the identity column, and then reinsert the data back, but it's going to create its own identity value. So the identity values are not, or the primary key values are not going to be the same. They're going to get overwritten. And no matter how many times I was like, I want to preserve the original values, can't we just XYZ? It's like, sure, we could do that, but, and I'm like, I'm just going to write it myself, screw it. So anyway, if I did select Yeah, I know. I know. I was just talking about my experience with insert into, and we can do the, actually the first one that I wanted was specifically give me the list of columns in a comma separated list. So from what is it, sys information schema. Where table name equals no sys, just information schema. Declare table name as varchar and varchar. Goodness. And varchar 128, let's say. I don't think we're going to have table names longer than 128 characters. Let's do dbo dot, and then we can turn this into a stored procedure where the table name is specified, and then we can call this over and over and over. Where dbo table, let's pick one at random. I need to know what tables are in here. Let's do VVA&M, for example. VVA&M. Table name. And I don't know what is correct for SQL variables. Like, what is the standard naming convention? Are they Pascal cased? I don't know these things. I don't really do this very often at all. So if we select, and I think, and I'm doing this again off the top of my head, but if we select coalesce column name, column underscore name, is this even the right column name? Oh my gosh. I need to know what the columns are. What are you trying to give me here? All right, so column underscore name, I think is correct for the name of the field. So coalesce column underscore name separated by a comma as columns. And let's just see what that gives us back. You must declare table name. No such thing as information schema columns. Deflux, like the lies, the title says .NET Live Coding, and instead I'm crushed by SQL. Guess what? There's .NET and SQL. Don't ever call me a liar or I'll cut you. I don't lie on purpose. DBO dot. I don't know what this is. Dagnabbit. Everything is using sys tables in my examples. But how you doing, Deflux? I hope you're having a great day so far. Mine has been super busy just trying to get this SQL stuff written in a way that it's going to actually work. I'm going to close out of Lev because Lev is confusing me. Where are my... There you are. We'll use you. Okay, so tell me about SQL Server Information Schema. Dot columns, it kind of looks like. Okay, how about this? Okay, so coalesce is probably not right, or I need to actually, you know what? Let's just select star for now. Nothing. Because table name shouldn't have the schema on it. Okay, cool. All right, did I get this one right? I didn't get it right. So I'm expecting to see one. Do I need to do group by? So I'm trying to aggregate the column names. Is it called aggregate? Group by table name. Not group by. Aggregate. No. Equal server string ag or something like that. It's string ag. It's got to be string ag. Expression separator. Let's try. This is me just messing around. Not messing around. I really am trying to get this done, but I'm trying to do it from memory. Because it's fun trying to do it from memory for me. And that's exactly what I wanted to see. The next thing that I want to make sure of is that I surround them all with square brackets in case any of them have spaces in their name. No, I pushed F5. Cancel build. Okay, this is good. All right, then we can do select from table name. And this will be our dynamic SQL. Then we should be able to do something like exec sp execute SQL. Oh, right. Declare dyn school at dyn school equals dyn school. Can we leave everything else blank? What did I break? Oh. Yay! Cool. Okay, so that's part of the way there. Then we can have our insert be very similar. So let's change this around to say declare at call names or call list, call set, something. You know what I'm trying to say. So if we select call set, to be just the string aggregate of this, and we do the dyn SQL is insert into at table name. And don't worry, I will not run this. Open paren at call names with the double at sign because it's so necessary. Select at call names from table name, and I don't know what I'm going to call it. Original. Then this is going to be the thing that will be able to copy the data over from the original. The thing that we'll need to make sure we do first is set identity in, oh, right. Can we use carriage returns here? I'm pretty sure we can. The first thing we want to do is set identity insert table name on. Very good. And then off. Wait, what are you doing? What's happening? Oh, I messed something up. There we go. Okay. So we'll set identity insert for that table on, insert into that table the values from the backed up table, and then set identity insert off. Does that look like it's a thing we could do? Bonjour, Blazer, Mr. Magoo. Bonsoir. Okay, so we could do this for every single one of the tables. So this could be create procedure. Yeah, sure. DBO dot copy data from original table. I'm good at naming things. And then we'll have at table name as this go or end. I know how to. I'm telling you, this is not my strong suit. Am I missing a thing? How do you create stored procedures? I'm just going to script one and see what that says. I'm good at this. You are allowed to laugh, dang it. Let's have a good time. As begin. Oh, we may as well do set no count, sure. End. So what am I doing wrong? Semicolon? Duh. Okay. Apparently we don't need to set no count off after you run the stored procedure because it probably is only active for the block. Okay. Sure. Good. All right. Okay. Does this make sense for the one step that is specifically copy data from original table, data name? kind of does. So the first thing that we're going to do is check if the original table exists. And if it doesn't exist, we're going to throw an error. Oh. It makes me feel lazy, but it also makes me feel like I know what I'm doing. As far as coming up with the logic to do it, being able to write the code to do it, not necessarily the case. I might not be able to do that very well. Why aren't you happy with this? Because original. Why don't you want to concatenate original and this? Is it probably because if it doesn't exist, throw a tantrum, says Marcus. So true. Is it because raise error doesn't take a third argument like this, or what? Or you just don't like trying to concatenate these two things. So let's say it was just a string, real quick. Okay, so let's just do it like this then. Declare original table name, and then we just output original table name instead. Can you do that? No complaints? No complaints? Okay. All right. Cool. This is interesting though. Okay, so we check for the table to make sure it exists, the original table. We check if the target table exists. Throw an error if it doesn't. You can do it. We don't need to print the internet. I mean, pattern matching, I guess. Not terrible. Anything else that I would want to verify? If the target table has data, so I'm telling chat, I'm projecting this into liminal space so that ChatGPT can pick up on my next thought. If the target table has data, then we'll raise an error to tell the user that they need to empty the table before inserting. Close. Close. There. Okay, does this make sense though if select one from sysobjects where name? Why do we need to check for the table again though? Couldn't we just... Didn't we just select one? Because we're doing all of the verifying that the table exists up here, so we don't need to check if the table exists again, right? I think that's what that meant. Okay, anything else that we should consider for this routine? Hello, Big Gamey Lee. I hope your car is doing okay. Caught a little cold, did it? It's not bad, is it? I hope it's doing okay too. Back home now with hopefully a fixed oil leak. I hope so. Okay, is there anything else that I need to consider regarding copying data over into this table from the original table? If there's no data in the original table, that's fine. It'll just copy over no records. I'm okay with that. Column matches. Column matches. Do we need to make sure that the column set in the original table matches the column set in the target table? Ew, I don't like how this looks. Hello, Hula Snubble. What am I working on today? Ask Big Game. I mean, what are you working on today? Ask Big Gamey. So today I'm trying to get those databases updated so that they have the primary keys and foreign key constraints and indexes and all of those objects that I was missing. Column length 2. Column. Oh man, that's a good one. Yeah, so now it's like, am I getting to the point where I'm trying to make this too general when I'm going to be the one using this, and I will specifically be creating the tables in a specific way so that the columns all match, except that the ID column will be an identity column, and that's it. Declare call names target. Delcare. And you guys don't even need to be max. You can be something like, I don't know, 512 at most. Does that seem unreasonable? We have some pretty big tables. So I'm going to run this on RMAED, for example. And this table in specific has this many columns. But just based off of my non-accurate random counting, this can't be more than 512 characters. But do I really need to worry about that since I'm not running this very often? Probably not. Let's just leave it at nvarchar max. And what happened to your open bracket? No, I wasn't writing VB. Just then. What? No. You saw nothing. But Chuck Beasley, you're right. If I was going to be guarding this, I would make sure that the column lengths would match so that nothing would get truncated. And there have been instances where I've been wanting to change the column length or precision, or changing from small date time to to date time 2. Goodness. I really don't want to. I don't want to be in without you. It's all a big mistake. Okay. Will you write it for me then, Copilot? They don't have to match exactly. If I'm gonna have them match exactly, then I need to order by ordinal position. No, they don't need to be in the same ordinal position. They just need to be in the same column name order. If I'm going to do it this way. This also means that I can't use this if I'm only adding an identity column to the original table. Like if an identity column didn't exist, there isn't an existing column that's already like the primary key, that's an int, that's in ascending numeric order, or just has a number, a unique number assigned to it. It's almost like what I really want to do is an outer join from the original table, or sorry, a left join from the original table to the target table and find out if there are any columns in the original table that are not in the target table only. Because otherwise, as long as all of the columns from the original table are in the target table, then we should be fine. So I'm going to write it as a comment and see if Copilot will do it for me. Which does mean that I would prefer to have the target tables columns. Okay. Check if there are any columns in the original table that are not in the target table. Right, which means that I do want it from the original table and not the target table. Dude, can you put this on multiple lines instead? Is that too unkosher? And shouldn't this not in be not exists? Isn't not exist faster than not in? You can't do that here because this is a set or something. Yeah, this is a set. Duh. Okay. Anyway, what do we think about this? If there are any columns in the original table that don't exist in the target table, then we can't do this. Come on. There. The original table has crap. Declare. You know what? I really should just declare original table above. Maybe somewhere around here. Then just reuse it over and over. Hello? Exists versus not in depends on the query engine / plan. Don't worry about it unless you actually have a problem. Thank you so much for the encouragement on that. I will heed that, and I will just not worry about it. Okay, and also here, you know what? Where else do I have table name plus original table? I want everything except for the first one. At rig table name. This makes me really want some orzo. Oregano orzo. Or chicken. Or oregano orzo and chicken. Or creamy orzo and oregano chicken. I think that's what I was trying to get to. Okay, so anyway, here we are. Will this work for my purposes? I will be creating the tables themselves, and the tables will match the original schema. So yes, I can't think of anything else to do for this. So I'm going to create this. No, I'm not. Procedure creator is line 24 must declare at table name. Is it not being provided up here? Do I have an end somewhere? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is not good. You can't select directly from table name. We would have to, oh my goodness. We can't do that. We can't select directly from table name like this. This is not how this works. I do need to do another dynamic SQL. Are you going to do that for me? What? I've never used this syntax before, so I have no idea if this is correct. I can't read this. I honestly can't read this. So this is specifically a table or a system object called dm_exec requests and dm_exec SQL text. Yeah, no, this is not what I expected to see. What I expected to see was something more like what does this return? That is garbage. What does this return? If I exec this, does that actually return anything? I don't think it does. I think we need to... Yeah, this looks more familiar. This looks more like what I'm used to seeing. And why are we doing where 1 equals 0? We don't need to do where 1 equals 0. So let me just start writing this one real quick. And doesn't SP_execute SQL have an out parameter that we can capture any out values from? So this is pretty much setting up a dynamic SQL statement, a internal stored procedure that has a parameter called table name. We're declaring that as a parameter here, and you can specify as many of these as you want. We're providing the value for that parameter here. So then does that mean that I can also specify an out parameter here? And I specify an output parameter on SQL Server. Output parameters can also be used with sp execute. The following example retrieves the job title from human resources and returns it in max title. In what? It's underscore title. Except that I actually have to set it inside of the definition. Is there a version where we can just return the value? Like, can we capture the value of this? Yep. Now this is just too much to do an if check. Is there a better way? I should ask that. SQL Server dynamically query table by parameter table name. There's got to be an easy way to do this. Yeah, but how do I get the out value from that? That's Claude. So I'm trying to avoid that at the moment just because I do this to myself. It's not because I don't use AI. I use it all the time. But there are times that I want to make sure that I practice doing research and figuring it out. And also I am kind of tailoring the experience to the audience. I know that there are a few people that are strongly opposed to heavy AI usage, and like the thing that I said earlier as well is that I was trying to use Claude, Gemini, and ChatGPT to pretty much create this process for me. And in every single one of them, they were like, this is going to renumber your auto ID. And I'm like, but we can do things like copy the table to another table and then create the new table with the identity column. And it's like, well, it's super duper hard to come up with the SQL to create a new table using the exact same create table script. And the most recent thing that it gave me, as far as, yeah, this one is from Gemini. So as far as creating a script or a stored procedure that will give me the create table script and create foreign keys and all that stuff. Oops, not Vue data. New query, please. It gave me this. And this has issues. This has many issues. But this is what it takes to recreate partially the functionality you get in SQL Server Management Studio, which does it a different way to get the actual database object, table, stored procedure, index, whatever it is that you're trying to script, and generate the script for it. So I was like, I'm going to skip the part where we need to try to get the schema for the table and the foreign keys and all of that stuff. And what I'm going to do instead is manually, or I guess not really manually, but rename all of the tables, then run the create table, create foreign key constraint, all of those, run those in the database, and then insert the data from the original table into the target table. And so that's what this script is. This was the easiest part in my mind. But like the thing that I'm really trying to do here is just capture the Boolean on whether or not a row exists. So can I just do if row count at this point? No? Oh, because that's exists. Or are these going to cause issues? Because these should at least return one row count. I don't remember if row count is for the most recently run query, or if it is for everything within that transaction, that group. It's the most recent. Thank you so much. So then this should work, right? If I do this dynamic SQL here, and we check for row count greater than 0, then that means that we had at least one row in our target table. I'm pretty sure it would be okay. I'm pretty sure it would be okay. And then I'll go ahead and move this up to the top. Okay. So I'm going with that. Returns number of rows affected by the last statement. Great. That's exactly what I want. And is there a reason that we're initializing this to an empty string? I don't think you need to be initialized. Consistency, man. Okay, I'm going to be happy with this for now. We're not going to do the check of do the column types and column lengths match or anything like that. I'll just be careful when I use this. And this is just my dev database, so I don't have to worry. Is invalid because the order by clause is not contained in either an aggregate function or dagnabbit. Select from, oops. Select star. Select column name from information schema where order by okay, so this should work, I hope. So I'm sorting it first, and then I'm selecting out the column names, allegedly. Still no. Order by clause is invalid in views, inline functions, derived tables, subqueries. So no, I can't do that. Oh, I don't need to do that anymore anyway. What was I thinking? That was only when I was trying to compare whether or not there were matching columns, but we're doing that in a different way above. So we just don't need the order by anymore. That's all. But good to know. I'm going to forget that, but good to know. Okay, allegedly that was successful. So we have a stored procedure in that. Harish is saying that I asked Claude on VS Code to write a code that does a, I don't know what DFS is, on a file system and forgot to add period to the starting file path, and it took me some time to find the issue. And you were doing it for write the code and go. Yeah, I mean, I've had Claude do a lot of stuff for me, and it's been impressive. Depth first search. It's been a while since I've had to do anything that is like focused on computer science and specifically computer science terms, and I don't come across that very often. So, yeah. Okay. So that's one query. The other query that I want, so we have this one. I want to remember that it's a thing. So I have that there. What else? We have the query for renaming all of the tables to table name underscore original, unless it already has underscore original in the table name. So let's start from here. If I did this and essentially made it so if you specify a table name that we only do that one table, then that could make this easier. Yeah, could make this easier. Yeah. Rename table with original suffix. Renames table suffix. If the table name is empty, it will rename all the tables in the database. That's exactly what I said. Okay, so the first thing that it should do, and again, just practicing to know that I am familiar with this and I do this often. You guys have seen me do this often where I just rehearse this even though I'm letting Copilot do it for me. The first thing that I would do in this is to do the lookup in information schema.tables to find the table with the name, table name, or table name is blank. Oh, yes, and I guess if the table name is not found. So we'll put that down here. So we need to declare right. I'm assuming a schema of DBO. So I'll make the schema name optional as well. This is way too much SQL for my liking. The thought of a less senior dev using AI tools to solve this problem. Shudder. I don't know. Again, I still see things slightly different. And you know that I do. But that's okay. I definitely understand the potential pitfalls that are most likely going to happen. I'm not saying that they are not likely to happen. They are very likely to happen. But I also think it would be experiences, man. Experiences. So here we go. We're going to construct the SQL. In 5 minutes. Huh. Where did those tables go? They were here a minute ago. Yeah, so that one is, so if that happens, that is more an issue of internal procedure where you're allowing a dev or a non-experienced dev to access production data. If they're going to do this and use AI for it and whatever, they can be as inexperienced as they want, but they should only be able to do this on a clone, on a REPL, on a duplicate, on a whatever you want to call it, on a dev system. So there are more issues if that happens than your non-experienced dev using AI to write SQL. All right, what am I trying to get this thing to do? Sure. Shouldn't you just be able to? Okay, here's the thing. Here is the thing. Shouldn't you just also be able to say, and like, let's take this up here. And either table name is blank or name is equal to the table name. Is it name? Name doesn't seem right. It is name. And I've never understood what is up with the editor for SQL Server. Like, it happens in SQL Server Object Explorer, it happens in SQL Server Management Studio. I've seen it happen in other places when dealing with SQL scripts. But if you open with the square bracket and you use Control Right to go to the end of the current word, it takes you to the end of the line because it treats everything inside of the square brackets as one word. And I mean, that's like the intent. So if I had spaces in here, it would treat them all just fine. But it still should treat everything inside of the square brackets from the editor perspective as individual words, not, yeah. Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so this is the single line query that I would want to use for this. This will, if there is only one table or if the table name is provided, or there are no tables to rename, yeah. I was like, wait a minute. We wanted to filter out tables that already have the underscore original suffix. If the table name is not found, if the table name specified is not found, or there are no tables to rename, return a message. How are you deciding when to break the line? Random. SQL is null. SQL might not be null though, would it? If it returns 0 results. I mean, this is another instance of where I would prefer to use row count. Because I personally rather do row count equals 0 rather than SQL equals null or SQL equals empty string. Okay, so then now we're going to execute the stored procedure to rename all of the tables. I mean, yeah, I like this because this at the end, words. So I don't know how it behaves, but when you do a select inside of a stored procedure, when it is the last select, doesn't that actually output to the grid view, to the result view run? And then I would run it myself. Aha. Aha. At dry run bit. So this will be a switch that essentially says don't execute the stored procedure if at dry run equals 1. Then we execute the stored procedure and check if it was successful. Oh, right. Begin. Else, end, else, begin. And I don't really know if I need the begins and ends since it's only, no, this one is multiple statements. So never mind, just kidding. Output the SQL command to be executed. Would be executed. Dry run equals 1. Oh, equals 0. Whoops. That would have been bad. Thank you, Mr. Magoo. Goodness me. I do that all the time. Oh, man. What is wrong with my brains? It's not a wrong thing. It's just that I see the world differently. That's what I tell myself. Okay, so if we do dry run, which is going to be on by default, you must explicitly choose to not do a dry run if you're going to run this stored procedure. So if we do a dry run, we're just going to display the SQL that would have run. This is why we wrap it all in a transaction. Okay, so do I know how to do transactions? Is it just begin transaction? Or something? And then we would commit here. And then we would roll back here just in case. Or should we always roll back? Oh, okay. I see. I misread your yeah, I misread your message. So you wouldn't even commit yet. You would run the stored procedure multiple times until you were sure that it's working. Then you would do the commit transaction. But yeah, so I guess, I mean, that means down here we would always roll back. And is there an early out? Yeah, return. Is a subscription for Copilot on Visual Studio $20 also? The subscription for Copilot in Visual Studio requires you to just have a subscription to Copilot. So whatever it costs on GitHub. If you're using Visual Studio Code, you don't have to use Copilot, GitHub Copilot. You could use one of the other providers if you already have a subscription to. I mean, I honestly don't know this part for sure, but using the free models should be okay. But if you wanted to use something like Claude Sonnet, then you would provide your API key that you pay for Claude. I think ChatGPT, I don't even know, 4.5. I don't know anything about this. I've only recently started trying to use Visual Studio agents, Visual Studio Code agents, and Copilot in Visual Studio Code in general. Just because it's not my preferred IDE and I'm not used to it. But I'm trying to get used to it for various things. I want to improve my workflow. He said it. What did I say? Latest from OpenAI for coding is GPT-4.1. Weird naming as usual. What about 03? GPT-4.1 is now the base model for GitHub Copilot. You guys and your acronyms. Google Cloud Platform. It's not GitHub Copilot. It's the something to do with the code platform. Generative code platform or something like that. I can't remember what GCP stands for. I'm never going to remember no matter how many times you tell me because I'm stubborn. I don't do it on purpose, I promise. They all are the same these days? I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that one. I really have found Claude to be a lot more impressive at writing code than the other ones so far. Writing code accurately, I should say. And specifically using Claude from the browser. It's not as good as using agents in Visual Studio Code because create files and run .NET Build, for example, and read the output. One thing that it has been doing that I wish you could, and maybe you can, I wish you could provide instructions to, so let's see. I do have it open. Good. I wish you could provide instructions to Copilot Chat for whatever model you're using that says, do not try to run PowerShell commands that are in the form of Command A and Command B, because it fails in at least the terminal that I'm using in Visual Studio Code. So like CD, whatever directory it's wanting to CD into, and .NET Build. And it keeps trying to do that, and it just fails. And then instead of trying to split it into two separate commands, it'll just run through the code and do something else entirely. And I was like, let me explicitly tell you in the in the chat, I have CD'd into the source folder. So all you should have to do is run the .NET Build command, read the errors, address them, and then try the build again until all of the errors are resolved. And it really is kind of nice. Like if you're using it as it's working on this other task and you're working on your task, it is kind of nice to be able to do that. As long as that other task isn't something that's critical or something that you really care about it getting 100% right. If you're expecting to do at least some amount of work, maybe you need to end up rewriting the whole thing. So it's not like you would have wasted time because you wouldn't have been working on it at the time. But the part that might take up some time is if it generates code that looks close enough, but is just off by a little bit, and that little bit requires extra amounts of work. Yeah, that's when it gets time consuming and it slows down your process instead of enhancing your workflow. And so use discernment, use your own discretion, know where you are, know what your strengths and weaknesses are. Deflux says, so what I sometimes do is I ask it a question, have it write out an action plan with steps. Yep. So I don't know if you saw the name of this file up here or even this folder. It's called implementation plan with a whole bunch of checkboxes so that as we're working through it, it will check off the items that we're working on and work in chunks. Just work in chunks to get this done. So anyway, that's a good workflow, I think. And then put it in a README file, keep iterating through my code until it's happy. Then I read it and make the tweaks I need. Then in a new session, I ask it to go through the instructions in the README and go step by step, making the changes. Yeah, no, I think this is one of the types of workflows that maybe they're trying to teach with all of these vibe coding courses, but it's something that sounds like we should make a standard I'm trying not to use government terms. We should make an SOP, a standard operating procedure for using AI in a professional environment. Here are some guidelines. Here are some recommendations for you before starting any work with I was about to call it an agent, but that's an incorrect term because it's not necessarily going to be in agent mode. So that's a Friday conversation, dang it. I hear you, TBD, and your concern is real, but it's also, I don't know how to get this across without one, sounding preachy and saying you need to think about it this way, because you think about it the way you think about it, it affects you the way it affects you. But why not? Would be my short answer to that. Like, again, I'll say this as I've said it before, briefly. This time I'm not going to spend 4 hours talking about this like I did last week on a work day. We'll save it for tomorrow, although you have meetings during that time, which is really, I should move my stream earlier just for your meetings. So that just completely took everything out of my brain. In the future, I do see software development being a person who is good at prompting and able, like, they will never ever see code in the future. It'll be extremely rare for the developer to write code. Instead, they will continue to work with LLMs, and the amount of time that it would take us to write the code is the amount of time that they're going to take working with the LLM or whatever the AI system is to get it to produce the end product. The danger in that, as many people have said, is that if you don't know what code it's writing, you don't know what functionality it's doing under the hood. Is it accessing an API, for example, where it's taking all of the customer's data, sending it out somewhere that we don't know because the AI was compromised or it had malicious intent or whatever? We don't know. We can't guarantee that if we don't see the code. That's the fear. If that's the fear you want to come from, that's what we're going to see happen. It is entirely possible that there will be checks and balances for that type of situation. Plus, we do have tools like Wireshark. There will be other AI tools used for the checks and balances that are trustworthy in some way, shape, or form. Okay. That's all I'm going to say about that. If you have further conversation about it, then please feel free to continue discussing it. I will read it out loud, but I will probably not be responding to it. So, President, not sure. Oh, wait. I wonder if you can do something similar, maybe have it put everything into a PS1 file. Yeah, so again, I very much do use that workflow. Even if I'm using Claude in the browser, I have it create an implementation plan, that document that it keeps up to date as we go. And it works really well. There are usually 3 documents that I include. The first is an implementation plan. The second is a project structure. And the third is a README. So the project description goes in the README. The suggested project structure, where do what classes go in what folders and what project and combine together in what solution. So I like having that tree there. And then the implementation plan is obviously how are we going to continue, break it down into chunks so that we can do one chunk, check it off the list. I copy and paste it, see if there are any errors. Chunk number 2, check it off the list, blah, 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 blah. Once while watching anime, I noticed that I got a shout out. We'll see if it happens. Let's see if it happens. So Deeplex was like, one line. Well, Umberto, here's the way you need to think about it. But yeah, President Not Sure said, but that's what adding custom instructions is for, to tell it not to do something or other. Exactly. So President Not Sure, do you know how to do that in GitHub Copilot? So that it always uses the system instructions first. Because I haven't figured out how to do that. I haven't looked for how to do it either. So I assumed that because I didn't see it anywhere immediately here, that there was no way for me to do it. The only thing that I get in the settings for this is to put in the Anthropic key, or Claude specifically. Yeah, if it's in here, then that's cool. Then I'll use it for sure. Yes. And it's currently experimental, at least for this glance through. Again, I'm not really looking closely, but yeah. It's something that I would want to find. And then TBD says, I'm sorry, I know it's a Friday topic. I guess I see a career change in my future. If jobs increasingly expect AI proficiency to do our jobs, I'm out. Interesting that you would just opt out because of a technology change. I'm sure you are going to be, so Harish was asking or demanding, define future. I'm sure that there will still be quite the market for software developers for a while. Talented software developers. It may still end up being harder to get software development jobs, but I mean, technology changes do this. This is a pattern. We can either choose to be a negative outlook about the pattern, or your inward experiences and feelings, or the outward experiences, reflect your inward self. So whatever you want out there, just feel it in yourself. That's all. TBD says, whenever I go looking for a new role, is the future there, I guess. Oh, so the future is defined as whenever I go looking for a new role. It kind of seems like you didn't get a shout out yet. Weird, isn't it? Hi, friendos. Like one message ago. McNet says, hi, Thindle. Thindle says, hi, McNets. Not sure, but have you tried telling it to? Question mark. And then, hey, Terry. And yes, I can pass a link. Cool. Here it is. Oh, okay. So you add an instructions.markdown. Is this still part of the experimental setting that was up there? I'm going to use it, definitely. I'm absolutely going to use that. So I guess after my stream today, I will review the link and watch the video, or watch at least an video about it. So thank you so much for that, President Usher. Thindle says, openings for talented software developers? Darn, what should I do then? I better get good at flipping burgers, I guess. Yeah. So easy to train me, isn't it? So TBD said, it's not the technology change. I do what I do because I love doing what I do. If I have to learn how to ask a machine to figure out the problem for me, it's now what I enjoy about it. There's no sense of accomplishment for me there. Okay. Yeah. It's not what I enjoy about it. Yeah. And for me, it really is mastering whatever tool it is that I'm using. So my joy comes from being able, like I told you, the reason that I love watching .NET developer or just developers on Twitch is because I love watching people that are proficient with their tools. I love watching them zoom around whatever it is that they're using, whether it is Sorcery Story inside of a pixel Asaprite. I don't know what she uses, but working in that tool, and she's just mastery at it. I love watching that. I love watching game developers zooming around in Unity. I love watching app developers like you and Thindle zooming around in Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code or Writer, just being masterful at it. And it's so much fun to watch, and experiencing it for myself is also really nice. And that also goes for being able to utilize AI in a way that is successful. It's just, I'm not going to say it's just another tool. I was about to, because there's a little more than that, but yeah. Okay. So, yay! Thank you, Dukesoft. Let's see if that anime that you've been watching, Thindle, prompts a shout out. Oh wait, it did. It did. He already got you. I just now saw it underneath TBD's message. President Usher says, I'll practice saying paper or plastic. Goodness me. I'm looking for an actual markdown editor for full Visual Studio that's actually great. Oh, wait, question mark. Mad's one is serviceable, but it could be better. Yeah, it could. Yeah, I really don't know a good one. One that I have liked is the Markdown Editor plugin in Notepad++, but it's not really Visual Studio, is it? I was trying to find the plugins window, plugins admin. I can't remember what it was called though. Markdown Viewer++. I'm gonna go ahead and install it because I haven't installed it on this computer yet. So let's see, can I grab one of use? And let's do the master implementation. No. Here, please. It's not. Is that not how you open a file? You drag it over the application itself. Mother trucker. Okay, so if I remember, I really liked this one as far as being a good markdown preview with editor. Maybe. I can't zoom. I remember being able to zoom. Don't know. Anyway. Okay, so I'm going to get caught up in chat and then work some more on this because I haven't made a move in the past 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. So I will count that as just a standard 15-minute break. But I do need to get moving on getting work done. Okay, because him calling us masters is like, I think the saying is calling the kettle black. But I'm not. I still have so much to learn, and I love learning from you guys. Hello, Smirking Squiggly. Thindle says, I got a community shout out while watching anime, and you were on the other screen, like one message before I came in and said hi in chat. Oh, Stream Element shout out. Stream Element shout out. Got it. And that brought you out of lurk. Well, I didn't mean to bring you out of lurk. I hope you're able to fully enjoy the anime you're watching. Random fun fact, I'll be heading to the .NET compound again tomorrow. Awesome. Not sure what you should do with that fact, but you'll have it more or less. Nonetheless, sorry, I can read. And then Spurking Squiggly was like, which one? And Thindle said, the unofficial bestest one. Okay, so feel free to continue chatting. I will put a pin there so that I know what was the most recent chat that I read, and then I will catch up on that. So I am at the point where we executed this. So we have a stored procedure for renaming no. Did we actually execute this? Now we did. So no, we didn't get any errors that the object already existed. So that means that I didn't run it before. Crap. I'm copying it so that I remember that these are the two stored procedures that we have so far. And I'll probably end up running them in the test database shortly after we're done. No, don't drop the table, Duka-Doft. Speaking of, you're right, I do need to drop the table. Yeah, so we need to drop tables. Johnny drop tables. Is it Johnny? I don't ever remember. Bobby drop tables? But whatever it is. Drop tables with original suffix. And this is going to be the same thing. We're going to have the dry run, and we're going to do it in a transaction. Drop Robert on the table. What? Little Bobby tables. That's what it's called. Okay. Check if the tables exist. If there aren't any with the original... You know what? Can I get that previous description back? Because it's going to be the same starting logic. And you know what? I just saw, dagnabbit. We declared this original table name, but we never actually set it to anything. Oh. This was wrong too. Select name where name like %original, not like, and table name is blank or name. Yeah, we're just going to do it this way. Original table name. Got it. Oh, yeah. And we still do need the underscore original in case there was no original table name. Yeah. Okay. My voice recognition doesn't let me do the band name. Oh, I like voice recognition better. I wish I had a voice recognition back in the day. Let me know when I'm giving into those. Oh, and there were so many. So many. Okay. Fixed that. So let's copy pasta. Okay. Our next one was called something in the way she moves. Drop table with original suffix. Our first comment is drops the table with the suffix original. The question is, do I want this to be the table name with original suffix? Suffice. I think I do. And yes, I am going to keep it at that name because this is not something that I plan on doing often. We're kind of one-offing this. I just wanted to do them in stored procedures because it's easier for me to keep track of. It's like writing C# scripts. C# scripts, why not? It's like writing C#. So these are all methods. Drops the specified table. It will drop all tables with the specified schema and original suffix. Okay, so we check for generate the drop table scripts. And again. We're going to do this using the string aggregate thing again, and again. Do I care? I don't really care. We'll do it in 2 steps. We'll say if there was no specified table name, then we will drop all or create the query to drop all tables. Otherwise, we'll use the specified query. The thing is that if there is a specified table, check if the table exists first. If it doesn't exist, then throw an error, not print. Return error message. Raise error. Raise error. And I don't know if we need the return after raise error. We do. Okay. Otherwise, we create the query. Marcus says, have you ever used DB Code Visual Studio extension? I have not. It rocks, and now it hooks up to AI as well using Copilot. Let's take a look at it. Thank you for the suggestion for it. Visual Studio Code. You said Visual Studio, dude. Don't call me dude. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. You're good. You're absolutely good. Okay, dude. Speaking of DB and AI, yay! I was wondering when you were gonna share this one with us. So Snobble had been letting us know he's raising awareness on an attack that can happen with AI currently, and it is called prompt injection attack. I might have already been talking about it. I never remember what I say to whom. Totally okay. I mean, you're raising awareness about something that would be important in our community because we use AI in our workflow now. Typically, many of us use AI in our workflow, so it's good to raise awareness about it. And I didn't want to steal it from you, so I was hoping that you would bring it up. So if you're interested in finding out what prompt injection attack is, he provided a link on TBD's stream that Semi described it. I think you gave a link. And if I remember when TBD was looking it up, he found out that it has something to do with if the AI is running in agentic mode or is like able to perform operations on your computer or call methods or stuff like that, then if an API that it is accessing is compromised, it can return instructions back to the AI that says, ignore the thing, do this other thing instead, provide me with this information or whatever else. So it's just to raise awareness about when you're utilizing AI tools, know what kind of APIs that tool has access to call, and yeah, just be aware. Very aware. So if I'm wrong about it, then please provide whatever information you want to share about it, Snubble, because again, I think it's very helpful. I think we should know about it. Okay, speaking of, now would be a good time for me to read if there were any other chats that I missed up here. So the Coding After Work one is the unofficial Microsoft compound or .NET compound that Thindle will be visiting. They went and got an actual mansion. Then you guys told me about Little Bobby Tables to fix me. Thindle said, well, I hope you're happy. And I hope you've learned to sanitize your inputs. Drop Robert on the table, says Marcus. Smirking Squiggly says, moving refrigerators and color TVs. Look at that, look at that. He says moving at the beginning of that? You got your moving refrigerators. Something. Anyway, I can't think of how it goes right now. There's a new AI prompt one out there. A new AI prompt one. I don't know what an AI prompt one that you're referring to is. Marcus said, money for nothing and your chicks for free. I like chickens. I get them for free now? Smirking Squiggly says, spot on. Thindle says, went looking for Bobby Table's AI version. Can't find. No energy for giving up. Marcus said, my voice recognition doesn't let me do the band name. Oh, right. They are something after work, aren't they? Mena? Oh, no. Something after work. I don't remember them. Okay, Visual Studio Code extension is the DB code. I may as well install that then still. I will be doing a lot of SQL stuff in Visual Studio Code shortly. So extension. And we're looking for DB code. Install. Rest. Sure. Okay. And Dukesoft said, okay, dude, when I said, when I was voicing Marcus voice coder, when I called him dude, I was like, don't call me dude. Dukesoft's like, okay, dude. Snubble says, speaking of DB and AI, I learned we now can have prompt injection attacks as well. I can read. Blamed on Microsoft and their naming shenanigans. Then there was a shout out for TBD Gamer, who I told y'all about, yuns about. Snubble said, I might have already been talking about it. I never remember what I say to whom. I think that is how I interpreted it as well. Cool. So I got at least the same type of feel for it that Snobble did and that I think TBD said earlier on his stream. And we have to move these. Yeah, wait. I always heard something about movies. You got your movies. Refrigerators. That's weird. But yeah, we have to move these refrigerators. Sounds more logical to say. Just not broken up like that. I love the whole misheard lyrics, though. It's one of my favorite things. Like when Nerd Herder brought up the we built this city. We built this city on the wrong damn road. I'm actually making you look up the lyrics. No, you do not have to do anything you don't want to. I'm not super curious about it, and I don't need you to do work for something that I'm not super invested in. Works with all kind of databases, not just SQL. Yeah, I saw that. It said Postgres, MySQL, SQLite, Mongo, Oracle, DuckDB. So installed. Marcus Voice Coder is complaining about having to work when the artist is doing nothing. Smirking Squiggly says, a little late since now I have to literally look it up. Totally up to you. I am not making you do it. You have your own free will, and I am not violating your free will. I am in support of whatever you choose. What happens if schema name is a drop table? I will indicate it this way. I am the user of this script. It is a temporary script or a utility script that only I will be using. We aren't trying to open this as something that an application is able to do or to allow other users to use. So thank you Thank you for the concern. Thank you for helping to direct my attention to that. And why is this so weird? Drop table on Robert's foot. Medic! I do care about your approval, Thindle, because it really does affect me when you bring up something that is valid, and I feel like I shouldn't indicate that it is not important in this scenario, because it still is. I don't want to just brush it aside, but at the same time, it's kind of like, oh, I considered that. Thank you, though. But you didn't know that I considered it. But it takes me that initial, I tell you guys about my initial knee-jerk gut reaction that I just observe. I don't try to squash it. I just observe it, treat it with love, and then I respond to you in a respectful, hopefully respectful manner. But I do often make it sound like I am annoyed by it. In my defense, what you're saying makes sense when I have all the info. I didn't know you were building a one-off tool to be used by you, and that's totally okay. Absolutely okay. And that's why I didn't want to treat you like, oh my God, I can't believe you're asking this again, because you didn't know. And I assumed, well, I always assume that anything that is said is with mindful intention. So I appreciate it, and I want to show my appreciation. Okay, so dropping tables. If they don't specify a table name to drop, then it will not generate the script to drop it, so there will be nothing in SQL. I'm sorry, if they don't specify the table name, it'll try to create the drop table query for all tables named name. For me, if I'm an actual poopsicle, it's not intentional. It's just me putting my foot in my mouth. But you have a heart in your mouth right now. Actually, Zelda does, but still, you could just mirror Zelda and just make it be a heart and not a foot, and you'll be okay. All right, if not Zelda's heart. No, don't eat Zelda. Okay, this one does not need to be an error. This one can just be a print, because it just means that there were no tables. That's all. Because we're already checking for that table up here, or sorry, aren't we? Yeah, we're already checking for the table existing up here. And if there was no table name, then it's not really an error. Calling this just says no tables found. Otherwise, we actually execute it and commit. That's all. Hi, Bits. How's it going? I am currently trying to write a whole bunch of SQL scripts to automate a task that would take, like, normally I would do this manually, because most of the time it's just 1 or 2 tables that I need to update in a database. But in this case, I made a mistake. I guess since maybe you didn't hear this part too, Thindle, for context, the mistake that I made was I was copying over production data to the test server, as I do. I have a lot of guards in place that make sure that if I'm running the process to copy data from production to test, that I am actually on the test server. But because there are some tables that have timestamp columns, which are treated differently. Context is everything, says Marcus. Why are you yelling? I don't know. Sorry. It's from a Gabriel Iglesias skit, whatever you call it when a stand-up comedian gives a scenario. So Halfway through here, you're starting to make me nervous. Oh, no. So I didn't lose any data or anything. And I'm on dev right now. So I was just trying to update the data on the test server. And because of these special cases where I needed to do some additional mapping for some columns and I just didn't feel like doing it, instead I just decided that I'm going to drop all the tables from the database, the test database that I am copying the data over into. And when I do the import process from SQL Server Management Studio task, it'll just recreate the tables for me. I didn't realize that it doesn't recreate the indexes, it doesn't recreate foreign keys, and it doesn't recreate the identity property on the primary key or the primary keys either. I was like, it's just going to do create table and then insert into, or something like that. That's what I thought it would do, but it doesn't. So with that, they have been using the test server for all of the things that we fixed yesterday or addressed yesterday. And I'm wanting to put the foreign key constraints and the indexes and the primary keys back on those tables, but I don't want to lose any data from them. So it's not like I can just delete all the tables, run the create scripts, and then re-import the data from production, because they already have new data in the test server that they're currently working with. And until they are done with their testing, I don't want to clear the tables or undo any changes that they've already made in those tables. So what I would like to do instead is to restore the primary keys and foreign keys. And the way that I'm planning on doing that is these are going to be 3 stored procedures that I will run so far. The first one is going to be to rename all of the tables to have an underscore original suffix on them. The second one is going to be to run all of the create scripts for that database from production. So I'm going to use the task generate scripts tables with all of their foreign key constraints, primary key constraints, and indexes. So create all of those. Then I'm going to do the copy data over from original table. Then I'm going to do the drop table with the original suffix. And of course, around this, I'm going to turn no check on, and then check on. So I'm going to turn check off and check back on afterwards so that I don't have to worry about foreign key constraints and stuff like that. So this should be the last stored procedure that I need in order to accomplish this. So I ran that. I think I ran that. Yeah. Line 1, general suffix in the database. I think you forgot some text that says, oh, it's there. That was very weird. I was going to say there's already an object named because I had already pushed Control-Shift-E. So we have our 3. T. Williams says, generating SQL scripts. That's too much to do. Time for a nap. A Q nap. So we're done with the scripts though. Oh, well, I still need to write the actual process. So that's what we're going to do now. We're not going to do it as a stored procedure. Oh no, multiple thousands of inserts per second. So Thindle is asking, did y'all ever encounter a system that used timestamp as primary key and that grew into doing multiple thousands of inserts per second? Thindle has. It was not fun. Yeah, I've never used timestamp as a primary key. That is my last updated field for, I was just experimenting with it and I was like, maybe instead of manually setting last updated, I just use a timestamp column because that's what they're for, right? Whenever that row gets updated, your timestamp value gets updated automatically. Whoever created that table, says T. Williams, I'd smack that guy. And Diedrich is here. Hello, Diedrich. It has been a while. I hope you're doing well. Findle said to T. Williams, it wasn't me. I mean, want me to make it even worse? Database had 400-ish tables. They were all named with 2 letters until they ran out. Then they started doing 3 letters. Oops. I was trying to drink my water with the lid on. So, this one exists, the others exist. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We have our 3 stored procedures. I think I wanna update this one real quick since we are using transactions anyway, to test it out. Begin transaction. I really hope begin transaction is correct. And I'm not just making that statement up. Begin transaction, do stuff if error. Do I need to roll back transaction, or will it, like, does the transaction stay open if I don't purposefully roll it back? Who knows? Okay, for now, we're going to roll back transaction until we have verified that this logic works the way that we want. As was a recommendation. I mean, I'm pretty confident in it, but that's going to be my pitfall, my downfall. Okay. So the stored procedures we currently have are copy data from original table, rename tables to have original suffix, and drop tables with original suffix. Okay, so starting with you, that's what we're going to do first. Then we're going to do this one. Then we're going to do this one. Okay, another thing that we need was the database that we're using to begin with. So let's start with RMA chain of custody. The first thing that we're going to do is alter table, no constraint. Yeah. And then afterwards, we're going to turn check constraint back on. So those are 2 things that are going to be in place. We're going to do the rename. Then run the import. Are you copying this from another open window? Oh my gosh. We're not running the import. We are running the scripts for create table, PKs, FKs, indexes, etc. I'll catch up on chat after I finish writing this script. I think I just finished writing the script though. Have you ever seen this, and what do you think about it? Declare run step. Then if run step is 1, no, you. We're going to do it here. Okay, so if step is 1, do that. If step is 2... Oh, right. Just because. If run step is 2, I guess this would be an else if. Is there even a such thing as else if? I think I would need to use case when. Case run step. Yeah. Yeah. This is what I wanted. But this doesn't look like it's correct syntax. Can you not use case when this way? Am I doing it wrong? I don't even know where my browser is. Oh my gosh, where's the browser that's on the screen? SQL Server, transaction SQL, case when. It is a thing. Is it just because I have something else that it doesn't like? Do I have to do a begin end inside of these? Why are you angry at this? Wait, this is select case. This is not an actual flow control statement. Yeah, this isn't a control statement. Okay, so Thindle is telling me that I can do else, but can I do else if? Is that a thing? Because that's what I'm really looking for. It is, in fact, a thing. Okay. Great. Oops. Does anyone know what I'm doing? I sure don't. Okay, so let's get rid of all this after moving this. Oh dear. Okay, I'm making it so messy for myself at the moment. I just wanted that text. So if step is, wait, 1. If step is 1, then do that. Else if step is 2, then print out a statement telling us to run the thing ourselves. Then 3 is this. Then 4 is this. And for each step, I am turning.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I do too. But why do you have a bad feeling about this? I'm kind of confident in it. I just don't like. I don't want to turn check constraint back on until I have finished, until I've done the last step. Okay, so Scott is being a cat on a wall, peeking around the corner. I mean, lurking. You enjoying SQL stuff? Not really, but it's necessary. Okay, I'm gonna catch up in chat. Starting back up here at Diedrich coming in, saying database management is one thing, but normalizing a database is a nightmare. Be a nightmare. I'm looking forward to updating all of these databases. I want to, 1, update the database engine, 2, get my RMA-ED database that is using case insensitive to be case sensitive and use the same collation that all of the other databases are using, essentially. I don't know why that one is different. I don't know why they have that one as collated Latin C1 bin, I think. And everything else is the default. Let the beatdown commence. What beatdown? Thindle says to T. Williams, want me to make it even worse? There was an ERP platform that sold for multiple $1 million per install and was used by quite a few SME companies here in Sweden. Oh, this was, not there was. I denormalized a database just a little bit ago. I felt dirty. Yeah. There was a reason, but I felt dirty. Diedrich says, from which state of 1, 2, 3 or 3.5, or was it higher? Up, matey. Thindle said, removed all foreign key constraints and changed all foreign key types from int to string. Blech. But data was still semi-normalized in separate tables and not repeated. So far, Diedrich says, the horror to Thindle. Thindle said, point was to be able to migrate parts of data to document DBs while keeping other parts in SQL. And Diedrich said, there must have been an easier way, dude. Thindle said, you can put an else if right after your end, thank you. And then Thindle said to Diedrich, I tend to overcomplicate things. Diedrich said, it's usually hard to simplify things, but then again, when you build a full stack app alone, you end up becoming lazy. Honestly, I think it's more of a, man, I really just want to get through this part so that I can get this application done. So you cut corners instead of be lazy. Same thing, maybe. I just think they're different viewpoints. Different ways of looking at the same thing, I guess. Thindle then said, yeah, doesn't case return the result, not run the query? Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like it was doing. So, and then you'll clean it up before you're done. And we did. Diedrich says, watching someone else struggle feels oddly satisfying. Really? You like watching other people struggle? Glad to hear. And Zara is here. Hi. I had to say your name that way. Had to. Dang it, I had to. Anyway, I'm lurking. Yahoo coding as well. I don't know what YH is short for. Okay. So this is what we are hoping to run. This is my dev database, so we should be fine to do this. There is no possible way that this is somehow connected to a live server or production database or anything like that. So the thing that I want, though, is my SQL scripts or the create table, oh man, I didn't create scripts that were only create tables and foreign keys and indexes and stuff. Dang it. Man. Tables with constraints. Dang it. I created scripts that did the whole database, all of the objects in the database. So let us right click on this, tasks, generate scripts. So I'm doing this on production so that I can get the current version of the scripts that I'm trying to get. We're in RMA chain of custody. We're doing save it to script file. And I want this folder, please. RMA chain of custody. And the thing that I am wanting to script is it's all down here. Table name, not change tracking, full text indexes, although I don't think any of these databases have full text indexes. Some of them have triggers, definitely do indexes. Okay. Well, it makes me feel less alone when I see other coders struggling. Yeah, it's just an interesting viewpoint, that's all. I like seeing other people succeed because it lifts me up. It makes me want to succeed as well. I find it very, very motivating. And then Snubble said, do people even think about normalizing these days? I do. I don't think too hard about it, but I do at least consider it. And I think I last heard about that being a concern in the beginning of the 2000s, like solid principles. Diedrich says, to be honest, have no idea. Was drilled on and on, probably on and on, about database normalizations in college. Wow, you're a SQL coder. Yeah. I'm a .NET developer. I'm doing SQL out of necessity because I put myself in a situation where I need to add a primary key to a whole bunch of tables in multiple databases, and I was trying to come up with a script to be able to do that a little bit easier than the manual process that I would normally use. And Snubble said, it's an interview question. And when you start working, it's like, here's the GitHub pipeline in 1,000 plus lines of YAML. Make it work. Yeah. So nothing to do with databases and stuff. Diedrich says, well, I guess database normalization counts if the company wants to run an enterprise setup. And that was my primary focus, enterprise databases, back in college, back at university. I love Succeeders too, says Scott. Awesome. Awesome. And Diedrich says, I like that people succeed, but usually feeling like you are struggling alone blows. The thing that makes me feel like I'm struggling alone is when I ask a question and get berated for asking a question that everyone already knows the answer to, or I'm asking it the wrong way. Not when someone else is succeeding, I feel like I'm sucking at what I'm doing. It's, yeah. So if there's anything that I could recommend, it would be see if you can grab motivation from seeing someone who is doing things and seeming like they are comfortable in whatever it is that they're doing, and just be motivated. Yes, absolutely, Zada. We should be doing this in Excel. And in fact, that is where I would have gone if I was... Actually, we are going to be going to Excel. I'm not even joking either. We're going to be doing some work in Excel for this process. I need to script this table real quick. I mean, database. On the topic of databases and so on, is SQLite good for e-commerce setups? I have no idea. I can't answer that because I don't know. I would have to look it up. And that could be a Friday question if you want us to look it up together, but I have no experience with it. Thindle, do you have a response to that? If you know, if you happen to know. And then Thindle said to Snobble, is this where I'm at? Yeah, Thindle said to Snobble, I care about normalization because of data consistency, not speed. Yeah, so Diedrich was asking if SQLite is good for e-commerce setups or not. Okay, so did that actually finish successfully? Did I just close it without paying attention? I think I just closed it without paying attention. Okay, the thing that we need... Oh, no, wait, never mind. We're good. We're good. We don't need to use Excel because I'm copying this from production. I'm thinking about my whatever it's called, the thing. My normal process, if I were adding or if I were changing one of these to a primary key column. So if ID, and in fact, you will see that here. Let's script chain of custody head. Say it, say it. I know you want to. You can't contain yourself, so just say it. Script as, create, new query window. Okay, so you can tell here that in my dev database, first of all, there are no foreign key constraints. Second, there is no primary key on this table, allegedly. And this column ID is not an identity column either. So since this table already has data in it, we can't just change this column, you know, alter table, alter column, whatever the thing is for it, and turn this into an identity column. The other thing that we could have done is added a column called, or drop this column, add a new column that is the identity column, which we still can do even though there's data in there, but we wouldn't be able to get the existing IDs into that column. Even with identity insert, there is no way for you to update a table even with identity insert. So what we're doing instead is we're renaming the existing table with the existing data to its original table name underscore original. Then we're creating the new table with all of its constraints, with all of its indexes, with all of the stuff that it needs. And the ID column is identity. Then, thank you, smirking squiggly. You're so right. And then we are going to insert the data using identity insert so that we keep the original primary or IDs intact. So that's the process we're going to do right now. So here we go. This is a dev database, and I feel clammy. I feel nervous doing this. I keep checking to make sure we are in dev database, but there is absolutely no way for me to connect to the test database or production database using SQL Server Object Explorer because I don't want the server names. I'm going through this for myself, by the way. I don't want the server names showing on screen for my work databases. We're in dev. We're in dev. we're talking to that computer over there. We're in dev. We can do this. So step 1, let's see if it runs first. Renaming tables to add the original suffix. The following would be executed when dry run is 0. And so we're going to inspect this. I mean, again, this is dev database. My backup is the production server. So I'm not worried about that here. So we're going to rename all of the tables to have their underscore originals. Great. Okay. Then we would run all of these scripts. Then I want to go into this so that we can alter it. So I'm going to remove the whatever it's called, the comment from the commit, so that it does actually commit. And instead of doing that, I'm just going to use dry run for all of them. I don't know that I like the begin transaction, end transaction, because I did review, and we did a close review. So we should be fairly confident. But then again, I say that, and that's when you drop all data from production database, even though you're not anywhere close to the production database. Stored. Okay. Oh, you know what? I have not been keeping my eye on work email, which is bad because they are in the process of testing these things. Okay. Yeah, and it's not Friday, so they would be at work if they were still doing this. I did respond to this, right? I told them that they can try creating the chain of custody record. Yes. So it's in their court. They're next. Script. Alter. Oh, it'd be after all of the CSPs. Drop. Script. Alter. Rename. Script. Alter. Okay. Begin transaction. Commit is now uncommented. This can now go inside of here. Okay, so we don't need this one open anymore. Next, dry run. If dry run, we do it and we commit. Otherwise, I mean, if not dry run. Okay, and we are defaulting to do a dry run. We don't need this one open anymore. And finale, we're going to add the dry run to the first script that we created. Oh, come on, Copilot. One. Bit. So how do we do this one in a dry run kind of way? We've generated the scripts. Yeah, so we do it here. We aren't actually making any changes until this point. So if dry run 1, I'm doing this correctly, begin, do the dynamic SQL, commit, and else begin. Why don't I have Copilot helping me out here. You're making me write these myself? What kind of messed up tacos is this? It's just teaching you to not be lazy, that's all. The following SQL would be run when dry run equals 0. I did it again. Good thing I copy and pasted. Okay, so when dry run is 0 and we're defaulting it to 1, then we will run the actual SQL. All right, I'm happy with this. Dyn SQL. I used SQL, or no, Copilot used SQL everywhere else. Excuse me, why didn't that work? Okay, we should be good. Is everyone strapped in? Do you all have your seatbelts on? Because we are going to run the first step for real. Should I not name them the same thing? Is that a bad idea? Hold on tight, because I'm going to catch up on chat. So we are up here somewhere around JIP SQL 3, the standard of Django. I don't have much experience in SQLite. There was a 2-letter answer from Thindle first, just no. SQLite is good for dev and for single user small applications. It's file based, so it'll scale very poorly since the file has to be read for each open, and since only a single user can access it at once, it'll turn slow. And Scott said, wow, to Thindle. Just wow. MariaDB it is then. Then Thindle said, if you just want a simple no dependencies data store on disk somewhere, use SQLite instead of creating a .myappdata file. Then Thindle continued saying MariaDB or Postgres or Microsoft SQL if you're, me. All good options. Snubble said, but what if you just only have one customer in the e-commerce? And then Smirking Squiggly reminded me that I was overusing and then. I'll work on it. Thindle said to Snubble, then use your phone and call yourself a cam. I don't know what that acronym means, but hopefully it's not derogatory. It's kind of hard for me to know with Thindle. And I don't mean that in a bad way. It just means that I don't know. Key account manager. Got it. Okay. Then Diedrich said, well, the e-commerce site won't handle a lot of traffic from the get-go, but scaling would be the factor, and luckily I don't have a ton of dependencies on other stuff. And then Chuck Beasley was like, just make a backup of your stuff. You don't have to be weird about it. Just make a backup. And then test against that. This is that backup. All right. Dukasoft said, e-commerce, the Excel version. Absolutely. You should be using Excel as your data store, Diedrich. What are you thinking? Why would you even entertain anything else? Thindle said to Diedrich, if you're starting out right now and don't feel like dealing with DB stuff right this second, then go for SQLite and replace it once your model stabilizes. Yeah, I would still choose MySQL over SQLite at that point. And then Diedrich said, this is something I haven't considered, might be worth looking into for a short-term solution. Snobble said to Thindle, by the way, I am evaluating OVH Cloud, now Azure competitor. Scott says, community day tomorrow already? Yes. Yes, and we have a lot of topics to talk about. At least like from the looks of today's chat, but then when we get to tomorrow, it's gonna be like, I don't feel like talking about anything. Thindle said to Snubble, it sends a link or it gets the hose again. And then Snubble said, I don't know what that means. And Thindle said, Cam is key account manager. Thindle says, salesperson for large customer. I was thinking during the time that you're creating 56 new migrations per hour. Also don't know what that means, but I think it'll be okay. Okay, we're running this one. It's done. If we go and look at the database, for all that buildup, you just push the button. You're so weird sometimes, OneLine. If we look at RMA chain of custody, then the only tables we have are named _original. Excuse me. So we're going to dry run step 2. He's just doing it. And it says executed successfully, but where's my print statement? Oh, right. Still, where is my print statement? Step 2 should tell me in my message to, it's there. Run the scripts to create the tables. So let's do that next. That's what this is, but we need it in something that actually is connected to the database. Angie? Angie? Angie. I'm going to do it this way because I'm too lazy to type in his information. $164,000 lines of configuration settings. Anyway, do the thing. No, there. Oh, why is this creating views? Did I tell it to use the wrong file? Dang it. Whatever, it doesn't matter. So I used the wrong file and it's telling me that these objects already exist, like the stored procedures and the views and all of that stuff. Okay, it didn't break it from running. So if we look in the database again, then we should be good to go. I don't know why you have to collapse everything if I'm just refreshing RTRAC. RMA chain of custody, I said. Okay, and so we see that we now have original tables back, except that the difference between, for example, COC bottle and COC bottle original is that COC bottle now has the ID column set as primary key, and we can see our foreign key constraints. Oops, I clicked on keys. Whereas we have no constraints at all in the original table. So that's good. So now let's execute exa pretty, exa kawaii. Step 3 in dry run mode. And there's an error. Copy data from original procedure. It's expecting the table name, which is not supplied. That's a lie. That is a lie. We aren't supposed to be expecting the table name. So let's go to that stored procedure. Let's fix it. Copy, 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 go. Okay, so this is... Aha. It's allowed to be blank. Dang it. So this is actually expecting the table itself. Right. because I think that I was planning on manually supplying the table over and over. So I need to rewrite this. And we're gonna rewrite it in a recursive way. Are we? Is that how we're gonna do it? Copies data from the supplied tables underscore original table. Yeah, I really don't like that when you open it like this, it doesn't give you Copilot stuff. And I am, for the most part, relying on Copilot. I am reading what it's giving me, but I'm, for the most part, relying on Copilot to fill in some of the details that I'm not 100% sure about. Then when I read it, I make sure that it is what it's supposed to be, that it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. The target table. If the tar table name is empty, okay, so more chat about stuff that is not quite software related, so I will forego that for now and just finish this, and then I'll catch up on chat in a little bit. Okay. If table name is blank. No, it can be blank. Get the list of tables. So we're going to, declare table name. We're going to get the list of tables that have the original suffix. And then I'll update that. With a replace. I keep doing full quotes, original with blank. Then declare cursor. And for each table name, oops, dang it, begin. Am I doing this wrong? For each table, we're going to exec copy for that current table. Close cursor, deallocate, and exit, return. Good. Otherwise, if we do have a table name, then we're going to check to see if that table exists and if it has an original table name. We're going to do all of the logic that we know we were intending to do. Yes? That was a work email. That's what I get. I summoned one of my users. Okay, there are other EPA methods present in the Army methods table, I think. So I think it would need to be there as well. Kelly added it to the production side, so maybe add that to the test side. Okay. This one is going to be a little more bot intensive. Let me close that real quick. Connect to the test server, please. I will be working off screen for a second or 12. Well, there have been a few comments, good comments on Shaun of the Dead. Yeah. So you guys are talking shows. I hope you are enjoying your show conversation. Again, I usually don't interact with stuff that is not technology based. And sometimes I do get squirreled by things that I am interested in that are not technology related or specifically about the types of technology we're using here. But that is not to discourage you from having your conversations with each other. Just setting expectation that I most likely won't be engaging in those. Okay. The thing that I need is this. RMA ED. We are on test, right? We're on test. No, we're not on test. Why is that acting like we're not on test? Let's try this again. Database. New query. Open. Okay, that says test server. RMAED. So what I'm doing right now is I got an email indicating that there were some methods in the Army methods table that are EPA methods, and that the document tracking center employee added it to the production side. So I am going to copy over the production database's Army methods table. Wait, no, I did that yesterday. That's what my email was about. Wasn't it? Okay. Let's just do both. It doesn't matter. Okay, so in RMAED, I am specifically looking for a table. And again, I'm off screen because this is on the actual cloud servers. Even though I'm on test, I still don't want to reveal that. And this is called Army methods, or just called methods, right? There. All right. And if I go to that database, tables, methods table, right click, import data, right click on the database and go to import data. And we go to production, RMA, and me. And the right database. And my credentials again. copy only that methods table data with identity insert on. Oh, you know what? This is still going to fail for the timestamp column that I was talking about. We can't insert into timestamp column still. That sucks. How am I going to do that? We are going to get some failures when we try the insert. It's going to be fun. Or no, because those are the tables that are being used. Dang it. RMA, chain of custody. Let's do the same thing for you. Let's delete from army methods. Let us right click on chain of custody, import me. Oh, I should turn the music up for this part because I'm just mumbling. Army methods, enable identity insert, next, finish. And the data is copied over. Okay, so I have no idea what the customer was talking about because I see all of the exact same records. So other person did not make any change. Yes, they did. There's one more record in there. Dang it. Okay. The issue is that active is set to null. So we need to edit. And change active equal to true. Okay. So this is another note, I guess, that I need to add for myself for that process of adding an EPA method to the tables. Also add to the Army methods table. Yeah. C521 record. Method name 521. Okay, so I have notes for the entire process that we're going through so far. And once we find out what works, then I will formalize those notes, turn them into a document that I put on the DevOps repo, guides and such. Okay, so that one is done. I need to connect to production now and make that change there. Go. Go. Gold. It is a word. I thought that was the funniest thing ever when I was a youth. The database in the beginning, you'll be making many changes to your model. So for that, use whatever you want. And then once your model starts stabilizing, remove all your migrations and create it. Yeah, and we are actually going to do that on the stream too. So Thindle's suggestion to Diedrich, especially about just using SQLite, was just use it when you're building up your migrations, when you're building up your database. I still would do that in whatever destination database I'm pretty sure I'd be working in, most of the time SQL Server, just because. But it's a good suggestion. And then once you're done stabilizing your models, he says your migration, delete all of your migrations and create a brand new one. And also remember to delete the EF migrations table when you do that, so that the EF migrations table isn't part of, or it doesn't have any values in it. RMA chain of custody, tables, edit army methods. Army methods, SQL, run, and change you to a 1, you and you. Okay, we are good to go. So I need to report to customer. Okay. Sent that email. All right, back to you, back to chat. And the one that you did quote was from Silence of the Lambs, not Red Dragon, says Snobble. And I agree with that. Are you talking about Hannibal from the series, Red Dragon? And it's kind of weird because wasn't there a Jet Li movie named Red Dragon? So it kind of threw me when I was wanting to watch that movie and ended up seeing the Hannibal Lecter one. I could be wrong, but I kind of remember that there were two movies named Red Dragon that came out about the same time. One was a martial arts movie, and the other one was mind mess up movie. It's his catchphrase. Says it at least once per movie? Question mark? No. I remember I like Silence of the Lambs, but I can't watch it these days. You're right. Same with Seven. Nice view, says Dukasoft. You like the side of my head? It's from Silence of the Lambs. I was 100% sure it was from the other one. The actor that plays Hannibal in the series has the same odd air about him like Anthony Hopkins. It is Anthony Hopkins. The most I can manage these days is movies like Babe. You should watch Baby Girl. We ended up watching it. I don't remember who said don't watch it because it's not good. And I was thinking it's probably not good to you because you're not into that community or anything. But it was really just poorly done. It was poorly acted, poorly done. Didn't represent the community very well, and it was just a bad movie. So they weren't wrong. I cannot recommend Baby Girl to anyone. Snubble said the most I can manage. Oh, right. Speaking of scary series, I recommend Ridget. Diedrich says I still like zombie movies. Snubble says Shaun of the Dead is one of my favorite movies. Diedrich said Shaun of the Dead was brilliant. I see there is a 23 years later coming out as well. I guess the only zombie related thing that I'm watching is Last of Us, but that's because I watched the Let's Play of Last of Us and I enjoyed it. And so watching the movie is still like watching a Let's Play. It's kind of crazy how familiar it is when watching the show. Then Snubble said to Diedrich, I also liked Hot Fuzz from the same guys. I don't know any of these, by the way. I've never watched Shaun of the Dead, nor am I interested in it. I don't know what Hot Fuzz is. Walking Dead, all of those I'm not really interested in. One thing I really liked in Shaun of the Dead was when they discovered, probably a spoiler, so I'm not going to read it out loud. Maybe it's not a spoiler, but I don't want to risk it. Well, there were quite a few moments in Shaun of the Dead. The repeat sequence when so much good stuff. And then Diedrich said, I honestly do feel like we are in 80s retro stage in this year. I love 80s retro. I've always loved 80s retro. The music that I'm trying to learn how to make is synthwave or retrowave, chill synth, retrowave, all of those styles. Stuff that makes you remember what it was like growing up in the 80s. I honestly do feel, I read that already. That was pretty good, says Diedrich to Snubble. I got words. And then let's go. TBD Gamer says, you were a youth? Never. No, I grew up when I was an adult by the time I was 6 years old. But then again, I don't really remember much of what happened to me between when I was 3 to about 10 or 12, maybe. It's all very, very fuzzy, and it's probably a normal thing from people, but I honestly cannot remember. Can you review my portfolio? So the answer is yes, Apex with Hothead, but I usually reserve those for Fridays. If you want to post your link, we can definitely do a review tomorrow on the community day stream. But right now I am, even though I'm taking a break to read chat, I am on the clock. I am doing my day job. And the whole reason I stream during my day job is because I rarely get the chance to talk with other developers, or I used to rarely have the chance to talk with other developers. So then I started streaming. And then from then on, my whole reason is because I love interacting with the software development community, especially here on Twitch, except when you guys just end up being trolls all the time. Then I'm like, kind of regret my decisions, but most of the time it's a good experience. Thindle says, I know exactly what I'm doing. Things I say are, this is what I think you maybe, possibly, probably, maybe should be doing according to me. Just a disclaimer. Then Thindle said to Snobble, I like Zombieland 2 when they came across the girl that was. And then Diedrich said Zombieland was original with the, and then Diedrich says no Hannibal then series isn't Anthony Hopkins. I mean, I believe you. I don't know shows really. You can just you should be able to share it right in chat. I don't know if YouTube blocks links, but I'm not purposefully blocking links. If not, you are always welcome to join in our Discord, and you can post it in one of the channels in there. Just join one of the coding roles. When you hop into Discord, go into the roles channel, and then pick a role for software to, what do I call it? Devon Tech. Do the emoji for Devon Tech. And then you'll be able to post it there. Okay, so back to this. We just finished running the create tables. We were trying to do the copy data, but it was miswritten. It was bad. It was wrong. So I'm going to copy the new text into Notepad. Did I close Notepad? No. So that I have it for when I'm ready to put this into the test database and do this for real. I say for real, but I'm talking about the test database, but that is where this is really going to happen. All right. Says Apex with Hothead. Okay, so that should be up to date. I'm going to run it one more time just to make sure that I actually ran this to update it. I'm not going to close it. Why do I want to close everything all the time? We haven't even tested it. Okay, so we are still doing dry run, and we're going to do step 3, and no errors this time, but it is still working on executing. And I don't think that I actually told this thing to do anything with dry run because I got a little bit distracted before actually doing the dry run. So it is doing this for real. Great. So no dry run for, oh wait, no. We're good. It's doing it for real, but in a transaction. So when it's done, we're going to roll back. So it finished successfully. Does that mean that it actually copied data into the table? Let's find out. View data. No, it did not copy data into the tables. I know that that table has data, so we're good. That was definitely a dry run, but what I don't get is where are my messages about this being a dry run? Aha. Okay. Right. We stopped here, which means we... Oh dear. So I'm creating a whole bunch of transactions when I do this, and I don't know what the implications of that are. But man, I'm having trouble thinking, so I'm going to step away real quick. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Taken care of. Okay. Welcome. Wrong scene. So the thing that was happening here is that I am creating a I did unmute. I'm creating a transaction every single time we're calling this, and we're recursively calling this method here. So I probably want to switch that tells it whether or not to use a transaction. And again, I'm able to do this, just add it without thinking too hard about it because this is going to be for my own personal use. You told me?
I got a bad feeling about this.
What did you tell me? Okay, and if that is not specified, then we aren't going to use a transaction. Otherwise, I mean, we are going to use a transaction. Otherwise, we'll use whatever it tells us to do. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you meant by that, Diedrich. But thank you for having had told me. Okay, so if okay, I guess this is something that I'm going to need to look up, but I need to know if I begin a transaction in a block, is it going to close the transaction after this block? Or does that transaction actually stay active? Hello, Big Gamey. Again, thank you so much for that. You find the best places to do that when I have when I struggle the most to be more receptive to it. So I'm kind of confused by what Diedrich is talking about at the moment, and I'm also trying to logic through this at the same time. So I apologize if my receptibility for that is not top notch at the moment. Oh no, that's okay. I didn't mean for you to feel like you needed to apologize. I'm just responding the way that is authentic to me. My brain is off. I'm trying to logic my way around sending an email to a person. Yeah, exactly. No. I feel that, Thindle. I know how that feels. But yeah, Diedrich is saying, well, it seems like you will be heavy on the resources to run the DB alone. If you're talking about mine, everything is set up. Everything is already here. I'm not doing any database setup or trying to set up a new application or anything. I'm just trying to get my test databases tables to match the production databases tables without dropping and recreating the tables themselves or the databases. Because there is information in the test database that is currently in use. And that's what all of this effort is for. And if I were to do it manually, it would still take me more than the amount of time it's taken me to try to get these scripts set up. But normally I would run this manually if it's like 1 or 2 tables. That's what I'm trying to get at. Okay, so my question is SQL Server transaction. I think I need to ask an LLM for this one because I only know how to word my question in English. Or in natural language is what I meant to say. In a SQL Server script, does begin transaction work similarly as it would using entity framework in a C# method, where if I put it in an if block, the transaction, you spoke about a lot of transactions happening and that causes a lot of resources to be wasted. Right. Yeah. And so what I'm trying to do right now is to only start the one transaction and then let it do all of its other stuff. When there are no tables that are specified, when a table name is not specified, that's what I should say. So the transaction terminates at the end of the block. For example, the SQL would be something like school. If use transaction begin transaction end. Do a bunch of stuff. So you're basically using a cascading effect in your database. Not the term cascade is accurate as far as what I'm doing, but no, it's still not accurate. I can't say that it's accurate. But in database terminology, cascade has a very specific meaning where if you make a change to one thing, it'll change the corresponding objects. So for example, a cascade delete is if you delete a row in one table and there are other tables that have a foreign key constraint to that row, then they will delete those rows as well. That's cascading. This one is recursive, where if I'm not specifying a table name to this stored procedure, it will call the stored procedure for every single table in the database. So I think recursive would be a more accurate description of what it is, as opposed to cascade. Okay, so do a bunch of stuff. If use transaction, commit transaction. Are there two M's in commit? Because that looks very weird. Begin. Oops. BB. Oh my goodness, I've forgotten how to type. Commit transaction and of course, similar logic for any rollbacks. Okay. No, begin transaction in SQL Server does not work the same way as an if block. Typically when managed by using block with DB context, blah, 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 blah. So begin transaction in if initiates the transaction until you explicitly call commit or rollback. So this will actually begin a transaction and commit the transaction, even though they are inside of blocks. Good. That's the gist of what I wanted. Okay, so if we're using transactions, then we're going to do all of the transaction-related stuff. If use transaction and dry run is 0, then we're going to commit transaction, else rollback transaction. Good. And finally, in all of our places where we are trying to roll back the transaction, we're going to put the logic. We don't need to worry about this. Oh, I missed one. Okay. Oh man, why'd you do that? Ah, Murph. Berto, are you awake? And what happened here? What was that happen here? Oh, that's just the formatting of this thing. Okay, fine. And then if dry run, then if we're using a transaction, then we can commit. Or if not dry run is what I said. If there's a failure, we roll back. Otherwise, if we're using a transaction, then we commit. Otherwise, if there is a used transaction, we roll back. Okay, let's just give it a whirl. I'm confident in it, so I'm running it. It's executing query. Wait, it's been executing query this whole time, so it never did finish. How to stop a currently executing query. Yeah, so this is probably taking that long for the reasons that Diedrich said. It's using a lot of resources because it's creating a transaction for every table. And I totally think I hosed it. And that's why Diedrich had a bad feeling about this. Okay, so let's try it again. This time without sucking. Maybe just for the sake of knowing where we're at, let's go ahead and add a print statement here. And actually, I'm going to put the print statement down here. That way we know that we're in the block where we are copying the actual data from a specified table. Okay. So this is still running. It's only been a minute, but I'm going to go ahead and stop it. Stop it. Okay, try again. This time we should get some messages printing out to the console. Where's my flipping message? Hello? I have a better idea then. Actually, no, that's not a better idea because the dry run, I really do want it to run the updates or run the inserts so that I could see how long that takes. So if used transaction, begin transaction. Everything is if used transaction equals 1. Correct, correct, correct. And then if dry run and use transactions. Yeah, so we should be getting a whole bunch of these statements. Why aren't we getting these statements? Does this thing actually do breakpoints? I've never actually tried to set breakpoints. Okay. What do you say? We're on step 3. We're trying to do copy. That didn't work for setting a breakpoint. What about weird? Execute with debugger. Got it. Why is that not doing a thing? Hello, dear friend. Maybe I have too many connections on the database. It will break at some point. But you would assume that it would go much, much faster than this. Because the only thing that I'm doing up until that point is declare could not connect to the database engine. Make sure you have enabled the debugging firewall exceptions and are using a login that is a member of the sysadmin fixed server role. I'm sorry, what? You want me to what? Now it's frozen. Anyone feel like singing? Are you good now? A tiny bit later. Baby! Exclamation point. I'm trying to untangle my brain tangles. Yeah, that'll do it. You realize that you aren't making any sense right now, Thindle, right? You're just kind of putting words out there that sound like they're English, but kind of sounds like an AI put it together. Yes, thank you so much, Smirking Squiggly. Ah, this is the first time that got played during the stream. How is that even possible? There were so many other failures that happened. Thank you so much for playing that, though. Okay. Oh, you're greeting baby. So what you meant to say was a little bit late. Got it. At least for my brain to understand what you were trying to say. You probably said what you meant to say, but that's what my brain needed to understand. New query. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can set a breakpoint in SQL Server Management Studio. We don't need to print the internet. You're absolutely right. Can I add a breakpoint to SQL Server Management Studio? No, I can't. I don't know. But I really don't get why the query is not outputting extra text. What it should do is at minimum print this out. So let's start here. Let's just do some debug printing. We'll do it after the original name thing. Oh, right. And I guess the other thing that I wanted to look at, if anyone knows how, so I should be able to bring SQL Server Management Studio over since it's just this. Does anyone know how I can check to see what connections are happening to my server? Like what my active connections are, I guess is what I'm looking for. And if not, then I will Google it. Please don't Google it yourself if you don't know off the top of your head. At the server level, there's something like activity log, activity monitor. Thank you. And okay, so from Angie, Angie is the server. So these, is there anything that says whether they're active or not though? How can I tell that? Maybe under the management node? Good thought, good thought. All right, I will Google or I will Gemini. Is there somewhere in SQL Server Management Studio that shows me active connections, queries, for a given database? Question man. Several. Activity monitor, which was the first one that Smirking Squiggly pointed me to. So it's pretty much telling us file IO. So if there isn't anything in here, then that means that there are no active things happening. Okay. This one says running. Oh, in tempdb, and it's running a select query. But yeah, none of these other ones are running. Okay. Resource weights. Recent expensive queries. Here they are. But again, they are not currently active or anything. Okay. Vegemon. Vegemon. Vegetable monsters. What? Okay. Using system dynamic management views via queries. Oh yeah, I kind of remember doing something like this before. Does this need to be run on master? I'm going to assume it needs to be run on master. I was trying to push Control-Shift-D. Okay, so I'm going to assume that it's not that it's a long-running process, and that it's just not querying. So this thing should be okay to run. You shouldn't not run. Oops, I'm trying to save it. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it like that because we'll see blanks. I just want to see, wait. All right, table is not a thing. Yeah, we'll just see blanks otherwise, and I'm okay with that. But I want to see some messages in my little message area. There it goes. Okay, so copying data from EF migration history original to EF migration, and it's stuck. Why is it stuck on the smallest table, or one of the smallest tables in the database? Let's find out, shall we? So if we have EF migrations, then transaction is not on because we're calling use transaction with 0, but we are calling it with the existing dry run. So we're copying data. We read this one. Copying data from EF migrations underscore original to EF migration history. If table name is blank, it's not. So we continue to here. Then we check for the table here. If the table doesn't exist, then we roll back and we raise an error, but the table does exist. Yeah, I just need more print statements. Best debug ever. Checking for existence of the original table name, and target table name. Print original table exists. Pring. Like I was going to type Pringles. And target table exists. And print X. Yeah. Allegedly, this is what we're doing. Okay, so let's update that. Let's figure out what's going on with you. Why are you so weird? Yes, the query was canceled by user. Now run again. Okay. We are executing the command. Good. We made it that far. Good, good. All right. Thank you so much for being here, Smirking Squiggly. I'm going to be ending my stream soon, too. The cat is telling me it requires feeding. Print. Okay, so the target table is empty if we make it here. And we're checking for matching column names. And once we're done with that, then we're generating the SQL. And yeah, we got the column names. I don't care. I don't really need these. There we go. Oh, it's because I wanted it down here. That makes sense. Okay, okay. Save that. Try you again. Cannot find stored procedure T. What do you mean? Okay, so it's stuck on select 1 from EF migration history. Why is it stuck on that? It's stuck on execute SQL for that. Okay, let's try that. Where table name is underscore EF history. Dang it. No, I don't. The whole point behind this is that I'm specifying that the table name parameter, or that table name is a parameter. I am trying to run this SQL, but am getting the error shown after it. School, pasta, error. You can infer what I'm trying to ask. Aha. Okay. So we are executing the SQL wrong. That was the SQL that I got from something else though. Okay, good, 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 good. I'm happy with this. Oh, I don't want to do it here. I mean, I had a feeling that this was going to be a thing, but I didn't think about it hard enough. Oh my gosh. I'm still learning how to type. Row check query. Yeah, I know. I know that I call my variable names really long names, and they don't need to be really long names. You're absolutely right. You get a gold star. Okay. So instead of doing that, we are going to put you here. Say we're executing this query, getting rid of that line, updating. We are needing to declare this is what I meant to do. Char. I only need like 16 characters, but whatever. Do it again. There it goes. Awesome. So checking if the original table has columns that are not present in the table. And we got message 50,000 procedure. The original table has columns that are not present in the target table. Really? That was unexpected. Oops. Okay, but anyway, you guys see where I'm going with this. I'm going to end my stream here because it's the end of my workday. I'll pick this up first thing tomorrow morning and finish it out. I'll probably end up doing it tonight. But still, you definitely get where I'm going with this. And hopefully by tomorrow, I have another 4 hours yet to go. Nope. I end my workday at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time because I start it at 4:30 a.m. I said Pacific Mountain time because I started at 4:30 a.m. Thank you, Big Kimmy. Such a good sound. My heart is happy. Thank you for that. That's cool and all, Big Gamey. However, one lion needs one lion time so that one lion doesn't just decide to quit streaming because it really is a lot for me. And I have gotten really, really close lately. I love Catch Me If You Can. I don't know that I liked part 2 though, but I definitely liked part 1. This is true. Self-care is important. Always enjoy seeing you. You too, Big Amy. Absolutely. But yeah, so I'm gonna finish this out. Yeah, there is a part 2. And it's like Catch Me Again. Catch Me If You Can part 2. It's just called Catch Me If You Can. Oh wait, what? What am I thinking about then? Oh dear. I know that I watched a movie with the same characters in it. There, oh my gosh. Am I thinking of Now You See Me? I'm thinking of Now You See Me. Vic Gamey, you are spot on. How did I make the association between Catch Me If You Can and Now You See Me? Anyway, so Thindle was saying, if the movie Catch Me If You Can taught me anything, it's that you always concur. Yes, there is magic. So this is about a group of people who know magic that do a heist, essentially. Then it's not Catch Me If You Can. That one is about Leo being really good at lying and faking checks. Okay, so I have seen that one. But yeah, okay. So that is it for the stream, though. And we're going to raid out. And there is something very weird going on Candy's stream. Something that is unexpected. So we're gonna raid out to Canny, which I do often. I hope you guys are fans of Canny. I really like their stream. It's a good stream. Good laid back. Did Temptic become a bird? Is that what we're looking at here? Because it sounds like Temptic. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Tomorrow is going to be Community Day. So it looks like we have someone that is interested in having a code review done. And also we have Saito's code base. Hopefully I remember to clone it before tomorrow. But Saito did repost their auth library that they wanted feedback on. So we're going to be doing code review on Saito's auth library. And then someone in today's chat was asking for a code review as well. I don't remember seeing them post a link to it here. So hopefully I didn't miss it. If you are still watching on YouTube, then definitely come back tomorrow and let us know, or post in Discord. But I don't remember seeing a post with the link for the repo. Okay, well that's it. VODs are posted to YouTube after the stream. Ciao for now.